It's the last 10K of the series. Eric Blair, with his record-tying 5th straight cash, is here at the final table. Event 4 runner-up Yifu He is at back-to-back final tables. But they'll be chasing one of the most accomplished high-stakes tournament pros of all time, the chip leader, Isaac Haxton. Who will take home the Event 5 trophy? Find out now. And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the 2025 US Poker Open, and it is final table coverage of event number 5, coming to you from the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort and Casino, where we've reached the second half of this high roller series. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Brent, the race for the Golden Eagle still pretty wide open. You could really start acquiring results now, especially if you are one of the best players in the world.
Does it surprise you at all? Ike Haxton shows up with the chip lead, one of the greatest players in the world, now automatically in contention for that Golden Eagle.
And he looks for a second career US Poker Open win. Yifu He, back-to-back final tables. A third or better finish today could send him to the top of the series standings, depending on this man having anything to say about it. Eric Blair, in his 5th straight cash of the series, could make the top of the series leaderboard. We look at today's leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Eric Blair is the shortest stack. Brent, Shannon, Shorr in the mix with more than 2 million in chips.
Yeah, Shannon's got himself a pile of cozy seats. You just sort of wait, see what happens with Brock Wilson and Eric Blair.
Brock the Brain also here at this final table. Look at the payouts presented by Octopi. Our final 5 guaranteed $53,200, a 19K pay jump from 5th to 4th. Up top, more than $220,000, 220 points in the race for the Golden Eagle. 20K, 40K blinds, a 40K big blind ante. And here we go. Haxton on the button with the ace-4 off. Just one big blind for this hand after day 1's late elimination of David Chen. So no small blind here.
Look at the positioning as well. Ike on the button and the 2 stacks right after him. Of course, Brock Wilson and Eric Blair, the 2 shortest, and Ike can just unleash the fury.
He will do just that and pick up the first pot of this final table.
The lucky rose shirt for Ike Haxton.
Right.
Every final table, that's the go-to t-shirt.
Started this a couple years ago. Said it gets a decision out of the way. Morning's up. Chip denominations presented by Splash. The blues are 5Ks. Purple's 25,000 apiece. Yellow bum blues worth 100K each. Shorr, the Queen Jack suited.
Qualifier, of course, to open, but man, yes, he's got a nice seat as far as the chip counts are concerned, but having Ike to your left with a pile, you expect him to be playing back at you quite often. So far, so good for Shorr.
Shorr won the most recent WSOP circuit main event in Las Vegas. More than $200,000. His first piece of live WSOP hardware. Still looking for that live World Series of Poker bracelet. Look at the series standings brought to you by Global Poker. In the top 5. Bucky, Matthew Wantman in the lead. If He finished in 3rd today, he would have 319 points, one more than Wantman. Eric Blair could get up to 407 with a win. So could have a new leader when it's all said and done today. Or Wantman still leads the way entering our final 3 events. King 6 suited for Mr. Wilson.
Just about 20 bigs for Mr. Wilson.
Opens here to 90. Shorr the Jack 7 offsuit. missed out.
Yeah, he gave it some thought. Maybe play a little defense with the Jack-7.
This is Wilson's 8th career U.S. Poker Open cash. First of this year's series. Had 4 cashes last year. 16th to 13th, 3rd and 8th. We look at his bio board brought to you by GPI THN, the finance major from Fordham. Goes to the finance industry, then thought he'd head over to the poker world.
There was more money to be made over here.
Yeah, more than $10.6 million in tournament earnings for Wilson. A 7 off on the button for Blair, our shortest stack.
All
in.
Does jam Shorr the ace-6 suited.
This is pretty close.
Out of the way. Oh, with the ace-8.
This is even closer.
Closing the action in the
I call.
big, makes the call and is in a great spot to bust Blair. More than 1.2 million in the middle. Blair back up to 30 bigs if he finds a way, but in need of some help.
Talked about those leaderboard points as well. These two chasing the top.
King, queen, 4, a couple spades. Where that backdoor flush draw.
Certainly some chopability now.
The 3 of spades. Whoa. The chop outs are there. The flush draw is there. Of course, could hit a 7 as well. Oh, we'll have to sweat this one out. River card. Deuce of spades. Blair finds the early double up in his 5th straight U.S. Poker Open cash.
He's clearly playing great, and it doesn't hurt to run great. That is what's led to this 5 consecutive cash mark for Eric Blair, which ties the record for the U.S. Poker Open.
That record set by Roger Johnson. It's a PGT Majors record. He also cashed the first 5 events of last year's USPO. Always a smile on the face of Yifu He.
He's had
no matter the result.
Fantastic year thus far. 2024 was Yifu's breakout. Eric Blair, take a look at his bio.
Same can be said for him in the
yeah.
tournament scene.
He has
Blair's
become
been a part of the
staple
poker for a while.
Big Vegas, Eric Blair. A ton of separation created now. That double up for Blair, leaving Brock Wilson as the lone short stack. However, still more than 20 bigs for Brock the Brain. Plenty of playability.
Good time for us to check in with y'all watching us on Pluto, Sling, YouTube TV, PokerGO, YouTube. We're in the chat. We see y'all are in the chat. No surprise at the topic of conversation in the chat. Haxton told us before play something along the lines of, if I irritate you by wearing a mask, you're probably the type of person I like to irritate. So something along those lines. But he says 95% of it is for health reasons. He doesn't just wear a mask to troll you guys.
So 95% for health, only 5% towards the trolling ability.
Exactly.
So we got a number on it.
Says he appreciates us bringing it up. Most people shy away from that. Not us! OccupyPoker.ai, the ultimate poker lab for everybody. Take advantage of this last chance pricing before those prices go up. And I encourage you to check out this site. It makes studying so much fun. I'm like addicted to Octopi at this point. And a lot of people talk about how great I play. It's thanks to Octopi.
Well, you have been really performing.
Yep.
A lot of people still talking about it this morning, Jeff. 8th place finish in the online circuit event.
Online circuit main.
Yeah.
Terrific showing.
Yeah, I think you needed to study Octopi a little bit longer, though. I mean, 8th
The
is
final table sims would have helped me out.
lackluster effort.
Yep.
$240.
Yeah, good luck opening the button wide when you've got Ike Haxton on patrol.
Who pounces and makes it 240,000.
Makes it look easy, does Mr. Haxton. You said a lot of people won't talk about the mask. Why is that? You mean the broadcasters?
Yeah, they just kind of ignore it.
Why?
It's hard to ignore. He's right there.
It's right there. It's a brand new mask. Look how white that is.
It's clean. Along with the lucky shirt, the staples. Isaac Haxton.
Yeah, you can troll him all you want, but when do you think the last time was he actually got sick?
Well, good question.
10 seconds.
Or the last time he cared about what anybody else thought. Just
I think it's been a
life,
while.
It's probably been
20
or 30 years. Man who just goes about his business.
80.
80.
And business is good if you're Ike Haxton. Brock with the ace-5 suited in the small blind. Shortest stack, a little over 20 bigs.
And we know that Ike is opening wide on the button. This time, however, king-queen. Very nice hand. What does Brock want to do?
Does want to rip it in there.
Oh,
And Blair.
wow.
Big Vegas with a big hand. What a spot to look down at the birds.
And he asked for a count.
Yeah, gotta Hollywood it up a little bit.
Just in case.
Not a slow roll, just trying to get Haxton in there.
It's 895.
There's the rejam. Haxton out of the way, and here we go. It is bad news for Brock Wilson. Blair got a little lucky earlier. Can Brock get a lot lucky now?
Oh, come on, Jeff. This isn't hard. You know, ace-5 suited versus aces. It happens all the time.
All the kids love the ace-5 suited. And here we go, 10-5-3. Backdoor wheel draw, could just spike the 5. Okay, no wheel coming. No 5 on the turn. Needs a 5 on the river. His day is done. River card. It's the king. That does indeed do it for Brock Wilson. Out in 5th, a little bit more than $53,000. On the board, though, at the 2025 USPL.
Bit of a cooler, I would say.
Yeah, I think so.
That's
A
what it
modern day
takes
cooler.
to eliminate Brock the Brain.
Just aces for Eric Blair, who overtakes Shannon Shorr for 2nd place.
What a start for Big Vegas. He was the shortest stack coming in, and now, as you just mentioned, the second largest stack at the table.
I would say that's how you draw it up, but you normally just don't think it could go this well. The Brock's exit. 4 remain at event number 5. Look at the chip count brought to you by Global Poker. Still a very comfortable chip lead for Isaac Haxton. Blair and Shorr over 2 million, and Yifu He is the short stack. But even he, plenty deep, more than 20 bigs, couple more minutes left at this level. And by a couple minutes left, I mean 0, as the blinds do go up to 25K, 50K. The 50K big blind ante. Blind versus blind. Blair flopping top pair. The overs in the gutter for sure.
A little bit of action. Seems inevitable.
Action will start with a lead by Blair. 75K.
All right, players, if you are signed up for today or have checked in with Candace because you're using your account,
Short
we
calls.
are
That's the
inside
voice of
the
Paul
draw.
Campbell getting event
We'll get
number
your
2
seal over.
started.
Open that cards in there, about 5
Shorr's
minutes.
straight draw now of the open-ended variety. Blair the gutter, his hand still best. Perhaps optimal turn card for Shorr in many ways.
That 8 is such a critical card for him to possess.
175.
That's 175,000.
Instantly called by
Snap.
Blair.
Well, that 8 all the more important now. Shorr does make a straight, a higher straight than the one on the board.
Blair has not acted yet. I suppose he's considering trying to rep.
Well, he has the 9 of clubs in his hand.
Look at this.
And this works so often, but in this exact scenario, I'd be surprised if it did. 525,000.
I don't think Shannon can really do anything other than just call.
He flicks it in and will win the pot, a sizable one at that. I like it from Blair. Shannon Shorr back into second place. Won a USPO title in 2022. One of 4 PGT titles for the Alabama grad.
Birmingham, Alabama.
Roll Tide. Leor in the chat as Isaac Haxton won a USPO title. Yes, he won a 25K in 2023 for more than $430,000.
Is it on me?
Yeah. So it's good, another 50 because it's in.
Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Sorry. No yellow chips, right? Just thanks.
You ever been to Alabama, Jeff?
I've been to Bama. Yeah. But not to Tuscaloosa.
Not to a college game?
No. You? I'd love to go.
Never been. Never been to the state.
You ever been to an SEC football game?
No. I've watched Alabama play Penn State, but that was at
In-
Beaver Stadium.
Got it.
Happy Valley.
Well, that's quite an atmosphere.
Wasn't quite a game.
Because Penn State played so well?
Roll Tide just rolled right through. That was years ago. Premium for He.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And Shorr is all out, know what I mean? That's good. It's very original, I know.
Yeah, that was very good.
Nobody's ever said that before.
Clever. How was your vacation?
It's great. Vacation's an interesting word. It just went home to celebrate Passover with the fam. So we take a look at He's bio board presented by GPI THM. It's really made an impact on this USPO.
Still looking for his first title here on the PGT.
5th in the series standings.
Now you said celebrate Passover.
Yeah.
I do want to say that I said those words, that verbiage on air with the great Maria Ho. She
You guys
then
did
said
great, by the way.
observing Passover. So do you
Oh.
I thought I must have misspoke, so I'm happy to hear you say that it is in fact a celebration.
I think celebration's a fine word to use.
Thank you. I feel better about myself.
I mean, there's a lot of wine and champagne that you drink.
All right, sounds like a vacation to me.
Well,
That-
I don't know
yeah.
about vacation.
You needed some time off. It was a long series for
Needed
you.
1 day off after 3 days of work. Shorr opens ace deuce of hearts. Blair will defend with the 6-3 of hearts.
Check.
9-7-5, two-way straight draw for Blair.
That texture really favors Blair out of the small blind. I cannot imagine Shorr is particularly happy about this board, but let's see what the great Alabama resident has in mind.
100,000 called quickly. Blair doesn't waste too much time, does he?
No, he is moving quickly.
Jack with diamonds.
Now what for Mr. Shorr? You've been called on this board. Not exactly a great turn card.
All right, Blair, you still need to draw. Please make Blair
Does
the
shut it
best
down,
of
just
the
goes
time.
check, check, and whether or not Blair hits his hand or not, I think he's forced to bluff. He is not
Blair's just out.
bluffing with 6 high
And
on
does
the river.
Shorr feel compelled to turn this into a bluff with the king arriving on the river?
I am shocked that Blair didn't take a little bit more of an aggressive line. Perhaps check raise the flop or at least bet on the river. Now Shorr thinks, well, I got to turn my hand into a bluff. He thinks he's targeting some sort of pair on the flop, when in fact ace high was just good.
Remember, the US Poker Open is going on right now on Global Poker as well. GlobalPoker.com, play mystery bounties, PKOs, turbos, deep stacks. You can also compete for that 5K prize package to fund a trip to Las Vegas. I wasn't going to say hi to the cameras there. Just trying to sneak in. GlobalPoker.com for the US Poker Open online. So you think you got a future in play-by-play?
Absolutely
You sounded
not.
great.
No,
from what
well,
I
yeah.
heard. Don't tell anybody. It's kind of an easy job. You just say what happens.
Yeah, but you do things so well.
Oh, thank you so much.
You know, the intro, the
Oh,
outro. Wait
thank
till you
you.
hear the outro of that show.
I
It
can't
was
wait.
a disaster. I have to redo that one in post.
I'll probably have to read
I was
that
gonna,
one.
can
in
you
post.
just do the whole show? But how does that work? Because I did the entire thing. I'm going to have to go in
It's
and
going to be a
do it.
long voiceover session. You know, that's going to be you, buddy.
Oh,
It's about time.
no.
For 6 years, you finally get in there for a voiceover session. Me and the crew at the PokerGO office been slaving away.
160.
Blair limping in the king 6 suited, Shorr bumping it up to 2 sevens. Nine, 8-3 with 1 club. Check, check, turn deuce.
Both of these guys seemingly content, especially Shorr. Keeping this pot relatively small.
140.
Total rainbow board. He feels the sevens are good. Winner.
Bets and wins. Deke in the YouTube chat says Shorr's looking pretty yoked. Trying to get Fox in a run for his money. I don't know about that part, but Shorr has made quite the commitment to fitness and nutrition over these last couple years.
I feel like he's always been in great shape. All my 10 plus years of memories of Shannon, he's never been in bad shape.
Maybe not bad shape, but he would
Yeah.
tell you not in particularly good shape. He's made a concerted effort to change things. Said he's been more motivated as a family man with kids. Hey, you got in great shape since you guys had kids.
Well, Shannon and I work out together all the
Yeah,
time.
look at the 2025 PGT leaderboard. You see Eric Blair's name in third at the end of this event today. No matter what happens, he moves into the top spot. Just 35 points behind Foxen entering this event. So the top of the leaderboard will look slightly different. Big names have already made their presence felt in 2025. So
He's, of course, going to be eclipsing that $1 million mark as well on the year, which is just ridiculous for Big Vegas. He looks down at Ace King under the hood.
Especially considering he's like pretty new to this tournament scene. I know he's been around poker for a while, but as far as the high rollers here in the studio, he just popped up and just started crushing it.
You got to ride the heater, man.
That's right.
You know, keep firing.
Maybe we should get in there. You just step right in.
I think
and
you
make
got to win something first in order to make that jump. But
Gotcha.
yeah.
Great beard.
Must be nice. Wow.
Another good one for Blair in the form of the Ace-King suited.
200.
And a good one for
Jack
Ike
eight
as well.
suited, yeah. Does defend.
What was that?
I don't know. Ace 10-7.
Chip.
Better for Haxton. Top pair for Blair.
Sizes it up to 200K. Like a little annoyed. I'd love to hit this gutter. No heart out there. Comes ace high. Looks like Blair might have an ace. My jack's no good if I hit that. He might still want to continue, but let's see what Haxton has in store for us.
Yeah, to your point, too expensive. Haxton still staring down Blair. Why didn't you bet small on that one? Blair at about 25 bigs.
I like that hat, Brandon Bills.
Yeah, that's a nice one.
Southern Highlands Golf Club. By the way, all the hats on the PokerGO shop are Brandon Bills as well. You don't wear hats though, do you, Jeffrey?
No, I haven't been a hat guy.
Is your dad a hat guy? Does he ever rock a hat?
No, not usually.
Have you ever seen your dad in a hat?
Ever? Yeah.
Players, we got a lot of walk-ins after the poker team. We're actually going to be opening up another table.
Tournament director Paul Campbell once again opening up the action for event number 6.
Every table is moving to a new table. I give us a 7-way high card. Whatever card you draw, that's
Okay, Paul, we get it.
moving to the table.
If you wouldn't mind, Paul, could you repeat that?
History made, Brent, is in the YouTube chat. Salvador called us the A-team. We've never been called the A-team before.
I think it's a typo,
Oh,
but no.
we're at least, you know, top 6 at PokerGO. Back to Paul Campbell kicking off the action for
I
event
asked
number
him to
6.
repeat it. I didn't hear it. So maybe one more time. Third time's a charm.
Yep.
As expected, very chatty table.
As expected, yeah. Really thought Haxton and Blair were going to chat it up.
Yeah. What? Did you?
Yeah.
Riveting.
You guys got a decent amount of table talk on Saturday.
Yeah.
Chidwick and Masato.
Well, they knew
seem
you
like
were
best friends.
I think you put a lot of pressure on those guys when you were
probably.
around.
Chidwick is very intimidated by me.
Especially when you do the interviews before the
Yeah,
show. They,
true.
you know, they're one hand away from their
Yep,
death
yep,
after speaking with you.
it's true. I mean, I did speak to Kristen Foxen, and then she won event number 1, but you know, who cares about the actual facts, I guess, in today's media.
Tournament dealers, high card for your own button. All right, tournament dealers, 500 small, 1,000 big.
Shorr becoming aggressive, racing out of the small blind. This blind versus blind battle. Trying to put a ton of pressure on
90.
Yifu. However, Yifu's connected, middle pair.
Raise.
And raising here with middle pair to 225,000.
Just gets it done. He wanted that hand over. Mission accomplished.
Yifu He's fourth cash of the series. About $760,000 in career live tournament earnings. Look at the Event 5 summary. 76 entries, career enterprise pool $760,000. 11 cash. Daniel Negreanu eliminated on the bubble. Stephen Chidwick out in 11th. That marks 22 U.S. Poker Open cashes for Chidwick. Kerry Katz now is 18. He finished in 10th.
22 for Chidwick.
22.
Wow. He's achieved level Mallards.
Oh. Oh, action.
Sam Saber will also cash. He now is 13 at the USBO.
Full hand.
Mr. He going to work.
Sean. Sean, are you in here? Nice.
Winner?
Shit, I'm sorry. Yeah. Fall apart.
Little momentum now for Yifu. Back-to-back pots on the button with King 9 suited.
$315.
And again, Haxton shall pounce with that chip lead.
Second time he has 3-bet Yifu from the small blind.
He told us before play he expected everybody to be a bit more concerned with laddering up versus winning the tournament. And that would allow him some opportunities.
Maybe not this guy.
Right.
Remember, he's the wild card. He's having a heck of a series. His fourth cash through 5 events.
We saw a little of that on the last final table, willing to battle with Stephen Chidwick.
One meaning.
And
Whoa,
he has come to
baby.
battle today as well. Making it 1 million with the King 9. Haxton just out.
Yeah.
A fearless approach from Yifu He. Retired businessman, 61 years old.
I don't really think he cares about the payouts,
Right.
the ladders. He's here for the win.
Blair limps in with the king deuce suited. Shorr the 5-3 suited. Does flop a 5, but it's Blair with 2 kings.
I think there's just enough for both of these guys, mainly Shannon, to maintain a little motion in the ocean. We're going to get to the turn. Have to take one off, having already made a pair of 5s. Those backdoor diamonds in play, backdoor straight draw.
Yeah, you said it, he does make the call. Turn 9 of clubs.
Yeah, now that card, motion, ocean, that equals being seasick.
Yeah.
Nothing. Does not help nor improve. But if Blair now gets defensive with top pair, he will not, though. He's
360.
reaching. Yeah, this will let Shannon off the hook. Had he checked, I think there was a world in which Shannon could bet sort of small. We carry on.
Jake the Cake, why was Seidel so mad at Jeff the other day? I don't know. We expect Eric to jump in maybe when he's on a break.
Why do you pretend like or you're unaware why Seidel was mad at you?
I don't really know. I mean, we had to get to some big hands. He's got to understand that maybe more than anybody.
The viewers who have tuned in time and time again, who have heard and experienced the treatment
I'm trying
towards
to be
the Hall of Famer,
respectful
I
of his time.
Call.
I think it's
I don't want
quite
him to
clear.
just have to sit here. I don't know. We'll talk to him.
Oh, yeah, you going to get him in here?
I think he'll stop by, right?
Right. Okay, all right, sure. Jake the Cake here in the chat
75.
He was
fully
shocked.
understands.
Maybe he won't apologize. No, I mean, I don't think he needs to.
I don't think he's talking about Seidel needing to apologize. This is, I believe he's referring to you, Jeffrey.
Oh, no, I don't know what I would even apologize for.
Oh, for the love of God. Awareness, man. Got a blind one for Ike.
2.
Check, check, river, jack.
just lost in no man's land with ace high.
Check.
Check.
Does Ike feel like he needs to bet and should bet? What was he called by on the turn? This hand, of course, makes sense. Ace 10.
10 seconds.
225.
About half pot here from Haxton.
Looking like pure value based on the sizing. See how effective this bet is. He feels like he's being taken to Value Town, does not want to call with just ace high. But yet, because it's Ike Haxton, who's so capable of bluffing, you also feel compelled.
Does let it go. And
They got the cards?
you're right. I was just looking for a hint of value with the Queen 8. Almost got it, it seemed.
I'd be a little disappointed he didn't get the call. He knew it was good.
Haxton at 3.7 million in chips. About what he started the day with, little less.
Sorry.
Do you think that there is any merit to Ike choosing to wear the mask? I realize he's on record of saying it's like 95%
Right.
health
That's what he told
related.
us today.
But is he concerned or aware of any facial tells that he maybe
Perhaps.
have been giving off in years past where this is advantageous?
It's a possibility. I didn't ask him that directly, but it's, yeah, certainly a possibility.
He was already such an intimidating,
Right.
remarkable player where I feel like the mask makes him better. Impossible to read at times.
Pair of queens for her. Big hand there.
Yep. Absolutely electric atmosphere.
This place is buzzing. The rail's been insane for the first week of the USPO. David Lawler, I wish you guys would tell the whole truth. include number of entries at 76, like we said earlier, as well as total cost for winnings. I think you're referring to like payouts, prize pool. We also refer to that.
I think he means like per player, how many buy-ins they're in for.
Oh, okay.
Like,
I gotcha.
I mean, we don't know that. I don't know how many buy-ins.
Yeah,
how would we
know
know that?
stats
Once in a while, we'll know it's like bullet 3. It'll be marked somewhere.
If it's Becker, we know it's at least 3, maybe 4.
It's not like we're intentionally trying to deny you the truth, as you stated it, David. Relax, Mr. Lawler. You know, we're playing.
I'll relax too for jumping on you for that, because I do think that's
we're
what you
watching
meant,
poker.
as Brent said.
You know.
Yeah. How many hands left in the level? I wasn't paying any attention at all.
No idea.
Haxton the ace deuce.
$120.
120.
It's 120. About 2.5. Shorr not too willing to get involved with Mr. Haxton, especially with a hand like that. And especially for more than the min-raise. Isaac Haxton, more than $51 million in career live tournament earnings. That's wild to even say. That's about 20 million more than the rest of this table combined. Oh.
110.
Little case of the bell cheese going on out there, I'm afraid.
Sixes for He. Ace King 10, not exactly what 2 6s look for on the flop. BK winner. Haxton's 5th career U.S. Poker Open cash. Doesn't play too many USPO events.
Sorry.
Told us beforehand, he's busy, but when he can, loves playing at the studio. 4 cashes, including a win at last year's Poker Masters. Shorr the King 9 suited on the button.
How long's break? Go.
125.
Haxton the King 10.
2.5 Shannon?
Yeah.
Books in the call. Hey, 7-4, 2 clubs.
2。
看看之前的牌是怎么个情况吗？现在可以看到。
100.
Shorr picks up the pot. Takes more than 2.7 million into our next level. No break for us, by the way. Play through.
We're not getting any breaks today?
No breaks. We'll take a small break to look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Haxton on top still, more than 3.7 million in chips. Shannon Shorr, plenty comfortable in second. Yifu He, second straight final table. He's in third. Eric Blair in his fifth straight cash is in fourth. A little bit of work to do, a little bit under 20 big blinds.
Bing, boom, boom, boom.
$30K, $60K, 60,000 big blind ante. Still about 150 big blinds on the table. Great structure.
Yeah, great. Wonderful work by the commish.
Raise to 120.
The studio looks pretty crowded for the 15Ks. We raised the buy-ins.
It's up to about 60 entrants
Already?
so far. Yeah, it is a healthy turnout.
Card 120.
It's Big Vegas thinking about with the 5-3 off. Not much in the muck.
Both flopping 9. So it's back to our hearts.
That is 125.
That's 125,000. Short check calls.
Calls 125.
The turn is the
Whoa.
case 9.
That is problems for Shannon Shorr. He thinks he just hit everything.
Of course, as you can see by the percentages bottom left of your screen, they will chop about 40% of the time. So for the other half the time,
Yeah, this
Shorr's
is
in
really
trouble.
dangerous.
And he will lead here to the tune of 250K. How does He choose to proceed?
Well, if he puts in a raise, it's going to be sickening for sure. There's a lot of combo draws that present themselves with those backdoor diamonds. Again, if the raise is incoming, then I just think both stacks end up in the middle.
It looks like that raise is being counted out. And here it is.
Raise to 600.
To 600,000.
This is sick for sure. Maybe he can find a way to wiggle out. It's 350K more to call. You can see there's about 1.5 million in the middle already.
Does choose call.
600.
That is really impressive to not just grip and rip.
River card is an 8.
Check.
So that kicker does come into play. Meaning He has the best hand.
He's got 1.1 million behind, does He. I would expect an all-in, and I don't think Shannon Shorr can get away.
I don't think so either.
This is as cold as it gets.
Well, had set it
Wow.
up nicely for a jam. Chooses to go 600,000 instead.
I mean, if Shannon
2 times.
just calls, then he's saving some money. He might play for it all regardless. There's no way he's thinking about folding, right?
That would be quite spectacular.
He senses strength by the looks of it.
Shorr said he's tried to tell himself over the last couple years that can't just be stuck in a GTO box, have to read your opponents, have to play in an exploit fashion at times. All that said, his hand is just so good.
It's so good. This would be one of the best folds
Yeah.
we have seen if he just throws it into the muck. I guess all three options are on the table. Call,
Didn't see that king 5.
fold, or all in. Wow.
You heard Shorr mention previously seeing a hand that He played. Perhaps it was the one he played against Kempton in which they both had trips.
How many do I owe?
I think you're exactly right. And he knows that this is for value. I think that's why Shannon is sick.
Okay, clearly scouted the tape. And makes the fold. That is spectacular.
Unbelievable fold.
He wins the pot, but Shannon Shorr, ladies and gentlemen.
That was lights out good. I'm in shock
Woo!
with Shannon Shorr. Remind me to never invite this guy to my home game.
Just diagnosed that perfectly. Really think it could have been from studying the tape. This is what he does when he has these kinds of value
Yeah,
hands.
he just knew it was value.
Wow.
And he preserves 30 bigs. He still has 2 million. That was remarkable.
Players all in.
What a sicko.
He's going to love watching that one back. Could be a bit tortured until he gets to see the results, of course.
I think he knows.
And we'll put that one on the series highlight reel. Maybe on the all-time USPO highlight reel.
That's one of the best folds we've ever covered.
seconds.
135.
135?
Yeah.
Raise to 135.
Oh, here we go, Big Vegas. Brent.
35. I said 35.
The deuces.
Yeah.
35.
10 seconds.
Oh, no.
Oh, he must have misread his hand.
Shorr squeezing 2 sevens on the button.
Raise 135.
A6 off for Haxton. Shorr starting the hand with about 30 bigs.
Like 1.6 to start?
I think a little more.
A little more?
1.8.
Thanks.
Haxton flicks in the call. Eight, 6, 5. Haxton with sixes, but Shorr's hand best. Pair of sevens, and the open ender.
Seconds.
90.
90.
And it's Haxton leading, which we'll see him do sometimes on these types of flops for 90,000.
10 seconds.
1290.
Shorr calls. It's another 8 on the turn.
One 140.
130?
140.
Small sizing again. I think would probably do this even if he had an 8. He could lead flop, bet small on turn, while also, as we can see, a hand that's contains a 6.
10 seconds.
Sure, not exactly in love, but I don't believe we're folding.
It does make the call.
And this call by Shorr, I think really gives Ike a lot of answers about what he's up against. You're not calling twice unless you've got essentially a made hand or you've turned something big backdoor as far as the club variety is concerned.
Shorr rivers the straight, make him feel more comfortable. Makes sense, of
140.
course, for
140
Haxton to
again,
have
just
more of these straight. He does lead small.
140.
Yeah, very small. Leave Ike just like this better than checking and then deciding.
Versus a bigger.
Yeah, for the yeah. Very fun, creative line from Ike, betting
Yeah.
flop, turn, and river out of position.
Turn and river using the same size.
$580.
The raises to 580,000.
580.
Ike has not decided yet, and it's because of those backdoor clubs, Jeff, that Ike is a little curious. Also would be filthy if he somehow found an all-in.
Oh.
Repping a house.
Yeah, it does have that 6 in hand.
Fold.
Does find the fold. Nice lay down at that. Nice pot to Shannon Shorr, perhaps rewarded by the poker gods for that impressive fold against Yifu He. Look at the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Haxton still the chip leader, but it's pretty slight. On second, Shorr in third. Blair still the shortest stack. Plus 20 bigs for Big Vegas.
Raise 120.
Starting to pick up a little bit, Jimmy Platinum.
Yes, it is. Deke in the YouTube chat says Shorr's fold might have been the fold of the series. No might about it. Best fold we've seen this last week.
$2.4 now.
2.35.
Thanks. $135.
Haxton to 135. Picks that one up. Brent, if it's okay with you, I do see the Poker Hall of Famer has just walked in.
Let me take the
Let me,
help.
let me call this hand, and then we'll get to Eric, if that works for you.
Cool. Hold on a minute.
Hold on
No,
one
that's
sec,
all
Eric.
my fault.
Appreciate you joining us, Eric Seidel, here in the broadcast booth. Just getting set with the headsets and stuff. Eric Blair, the ace-jack.
All. Players all in.
Time extension.
Yeah, no problem. We'll do one more hand, then we'll bring you in.
Keeping it going.
You know, he's doing something you're doing.
Yep.
Oh. He's following suit.
That's fine.
30K, 60K, 60K big blind ante
that
under the
one's still my
watchful
fault.
eye of the Golden Eagle. Shorr the 8-5 suited. Eric, got a lot of questions for you. I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah.
Finish this hand real quick. Ike Haxton with ace king.
Oh, wow. I love watching Ike play.
He's a great player. One of the best in the world. Same can be said for you, of course.
I don't think so anymore.
Oh, I don't know
Not
about
compared to
that.
Ike.
225.
Raised to 225.
Time extension.
Good.
Winner. Sum up your series for us so far, Mr. Seidel.
It's been a roller coaster. And a couple of good rides.
Oh, I'm sorry, Eric. Our time is cut short. Gotta do this promo real quick. High stakes poker. He's gone, he's out, no gamble, no future.
What the
And
hell?
cash flow. I'm sorry. Then we'll see you next time.
You're an
Eric
asshole.
Seidel. What? I don't think that's nice.
Such an asshole, Jeff.
Okay. Thank you for the time, Eric.
Raised to 120.
Oh, I'm sorry. We had to get to the promo.
But that was truly unbelievable.
sorry.
You
I didn't
cut him
know that
off
I
'cause
can't-
of a
They,
promo?
they showed the promo.
Every time you just.
Oh, I don't think he was pleased.
No, I heard what he said. Those are parting words.
Did that make it on
That might
air?
be the last, probably. Headset was
Oh,
on.
I'm sorry.
Unbelievable.
Daj in the chat, who produces this baloney? That's my fault, Daj. That one's on me.
You-
Accountability.
I mean, you knew the promo was coming.
Lead from the front. Blair jams with the 5s. I didn't have. Oh.
Wow.
No, the promo is preset. That's entirely on me. That's not a producer or director decision. It's just forgot we had it and.
Like the worst time you could have brought him in.
Ace-9 for Ike.
$135.
135.
Well, apparently the audio was quite low, so that's good news that no one heard the disrespect.
Ernesto says, Platt, props for owning up to it. Thank you, Ernesto. Lead him from the front here.
Well, you keep it up, you're going to end up in the slammer, and nothing will be from the front.
Yeah, he was not pleased. Nope, seems like the audio did make it through just fine. It's just a little quiet.
Well, that's bad for you.
70.
Bet is 70. Okay.
Isaac Haxton had quite the 2023 campaign on the PGT. 4 titles, tying him with Isaac Kempton for the most tournament wins that year. Kristen Foxen already has 3 this year. Chidwick had 6 in 2022. Sean Perry had 6 in the inaugural year of the PGT. Calls Haxton, Jack 10 suited.
Check.
Eight, 6, 6, 2 clubs.
Playing players and dealers, line drop 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 in. Some of the dealers in today's event 122.
How does Ike want to go about this? In position with the overs and clubs and a limped pot? He's going to build one right
60.
here.
60. Call 60.
Gets called by Queen High. And now Yifu makes 2 pair.
Finds the 3 ball.
Check.
Ike looking particularly confused with the eyebrows. You know, what? Just check called me. That 3 shouldn't change anything.
Check, check.
Touch check back. River 9 of hearts. This hand is best. He'll lead
Bet is 150.
for 150.
Just seeking pure value. It's dangerous against a guy like Ike. Rather than checking and maybe calling, he's just gonna bet it. Not sure what he expects to get called by. And I would imagine Ike has no intent of calling. It was either fold or raise, and he opted fold. That was a bizarre one.
At about 2.9 million, getting close to Haxton at the top of the leaderboard.
Shannon, a couple of kings.
Raise 120.
Haxton with queens. This one's set up in favor of Shannon Shorr.
Yeah, another huge cooler. Four-handed.
360.
Shorr loves to hear this.
60.
360 from the chip leader. Blair out of the way. Which round does Shorr take here?
$660.
Chooses the small 4-bet to 660,000.
He's left 1.4 million behind. It looks like maybe he could be 4-bet folding. Ike knows this, and the hand is simply too good. 2 queens. He's stuck.
All in.
All of it, and here we go. Kings versus queens. Shannon Shorr in great shape to take the chip lead.
I am, yeah.
The 2 kings hold. So far, so good on the Jack 5-3. Turn is an 8. Just 2 outs for Haxton to take complete control of this tournament. But it's the deuce, and Shannon Shorr is our new chip leader.
He now the one in complete control, taking over a sizable chip lead. Ike Haxton, he's down to less than 25 big blinds.
Wow.
A disastrous
1.5
final
plus this,
table
right?
thus far for Ike.
Good time for us to check the leaderboard. Brought to you by Global Poker. Shorr about 70 bigs, about 4.2 million. As Spring said, pretty sizable chip lead. Yifu He still in second. Haxton falls to third at about 1.5, and Eric Blair is still the shortest stack.
It is cold in Las Vegas, ripe with coolers. Here at the event number 5 final table.
Ace-6 off for Blair.
And against the chip leader, Shannon Shorr in the big blind. Blair thinking about what's best. Should I just call? Can I open rip?
Uses a time extension for the first time.
On.
And does jam. Shorr with the
How much,
king
please?
9 suited. Asks for a count.
Oh, man.
980.
Super close.
Plus
A million and 10.
1 million. 1,010,000.
Yeah.
Get the count. Shorr lays it down.
Just hand some up. Take this out.
Jacks.
Yeah.
This the last of our 10K buy-ins at the US Poker Open.
Of course.
The 15K now underway at our outer tables. And what a crowd we have. Darren Elias, Nick Schulman, John Reardon, David Peters. It's the best of the legend that is, and the current series standings leader, the champion of event number 4. Yep, that's Bucky, Matthew Wantman in the mix with Nacho on his left. You think those guys have any action on the games coming up this week?
45.
Every possession.
Look at the series standings brought to you by Global Poker. You see He in the top 5.
Just start? A little bit late. Just start? Yeah.
The Golden Eagle awaits the series champion. Have we seen Martin Zamani yet? We've seen Aram Zobian, who's defending the series championship. We've seen Zamani, the winner from 2 years ago?
I don't believe so. I've not seen Zamani.
You kept it, okay. Thank you.
Why do you ask? You're just curious about the reigning champions, defending champions, where their whereabouts?
We've seen Chidwick, we've seen Peters. So I guess the only other one we haven't covered is Winner,
who also is not in attendance. At least not yet.
In 2022, Winter showed up at the end, won the last 2 events, won the series championship. Haxton defends against the Shorr button race. Eight, 7, 3, 1 diamonds.
I will tell you, 2 entrants, Wesley from the Hustler
the
streams.
Cash Game Wesley.
Yeah, Cash Game Wesley's in. And how about Ray Deckergani?
Ray
Also
D.
just entered this event.
Does he know it's no limit?
I would imagine.
Oh, Deke says Martin Zamani played Saturday, did not cash. Thank you.
That 220.
Shorr sizes up on the 8-high flop. Blinds up.
Now it's 48.
Could be 40-80.
Shorr's 27th cash on the PGT. Has 4 PGT titles, including 1 here at the USPO in 2022. 40K, 80K, and 80K big blind ante.
Have we had Jesse Lonis at a final table yet?
I don't believe so. The PGT PLO Series champion.
Negreanu.
I'm not sure.
We haven't had him yet.
I don't think Jesse's on the board even at the USPO. Negreanu has one cash, I believe. He bubbled this event. Yeah, he finished 15th in event number 2. Nothing for Lonis.
Wow.
160.
Stephen Chidwick out in 11th, Katz in 10th, Jim Colby in 9th in this event, Darren Elias, Busto in 8th.
Lonis is more of a PLO guy now.
Is he really?
And he just won the PLO series,
Yep.
as well as a $450,000 prop bet on
Nice
the
side
side.
bet. King Queen 5, 2 hearts, 1 club, flush draw for Hood, backdoor flush draw for Shorr. Chino remount in 7th, David Chen bubbling the TV final table. Chen's getting jacked, spinning the gym. Oh, we gotta mention this. Maybe let's let this hand play out.
Okay.
Big tease. Okay, tonight, it's the 2025 US Poker Open premiere of the Circus.
Oh, the Circus is back in town.
Day 1 coverage of this 15K. Donnie Peters in the house leading the way. Might have Jeremy Becker with him if Becker busts event 6, which, based on his prior series results, looks like a real possibility. That'll be spectacular. You know, Becker signs his trading cards with just his initials. Bit of a lazy approach.
Maybe he doesn't know how to write his whole name. It's very possible.
Said he's an initials guy. I told him,
Helmuth also is more of an initials guy.
Yeah, Helmuth has some weird card signatures.
160.
You have 1.2?
I had 1.38 to start.
1.38, thanks.
Two time extensions used by Blair.
Wow. I thought for sure he was going to pile it in. Maybe it's a good thing he didn't, as Shorr has 2 7s.
$600.
3 bets to 600K, that'll be that. Shorr extends his chip lead.
About 45% of the chips in play for Shannon Shorr. He has been putting on a clinic. Made one of the best folds we've ever covered here inside the booth. And then it helps whenever you cooler a guy to take over the chip lead. His 2 kings versus Ike Haxton's 2 queens.
160.
Are you recording something?
It's for Barstool Nate, because
Oh,
I
nice.
continue to not call him back. He's reached out many times, Jeff.
Tell him we said hi, all of us. Hello. Haxton calls ace-4 suited. It's a Blair flopping the open-ender.
Ike has had a very difficult time getting anything going at this final table.
Entered the day with quite the chip lead, on the verge now of becoming the shortest stack with 4 left.
150.
That will indeed be the case as he folds here. Blair moves into third. Haxton just about 12 big blinds.
What time does the circus coverage begin tonight, Jeff? About
not
6
sure.
p.m. local time?
I'd imagine it's a little later, right?
A little later? We'll find out.
Find out. I'll be locked in tonight. I mean, I'll be asleep after the first hour of coverage, but. Haxton, ace-5 off.
Well, he's got about 12 bigs. Might not have any other choice other than to just put it in. But it's Ike.
All in.
There
He
it
agrees.
is.
Blair, the king-jack suited,
Yeah.
makes the call, and here we go. Haxton, the slight favorite to get back up to more than 2 million in chips. Blair looks to score the KO. And get us down to 3. Ace-6-5 with
made
2
for TV.
diamonds. Made for TV indeed. Haxton 2 pair. Blair the flush draw. Turn is a blank. Any diamond except the 5 of diamonds does the trick for Eric Blair. River card. 8 of diamonds.
Game I.
From chip leader with 5 left to out in 4th is Isaac Haxton.
Unthinkable, but everything went wrong for Ike. Sometimes this game can just be torture. And that's what happened for the one and only Ike Haxton.
Quite the U.S. Poker Open ride continues for Eric Blair and his record-tying 5th straight cash of the series. Busts one of the best in the world in Haxton. Look at the payouts brought to you by Octopi. Our final 3 have made it to 6 figures territory. Got a 42K pay jump from 3rd to 2nd, up top more than 220K.
Two point 2.3.
2.3, 2.4. What do you guys got?
I got 4.25.
2.7.
Okay, thanks.
280.
Shorr makes it 280 with the Ace 8. Winner. It's 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific tonight for day one coverage.
Okay, 8 o'clock Vegas time. Yeah, I'll be long gone.
That means you guys are going to get a lot of coverage.
Tons of coverage.
It's like the whole second half of the day. Fantastic.
If they're trying to watch Negreanu, that bodes well. He's top 5 in chips right now of event number 6.
Who else we got up there?
Current chip leader is Michael Rizzuto.
Oh.
Sam
winner of event number
Laskowitz,
3.
Danny Sipiol, Dr. B, Justin Zaki. Chidwick's got some chips. And Pat's also in the top 10.
Dr. B, huh?
Yep, your buddy.
That's great.
The good doctor.
Shorr with 9s, 7s. Just kidding, love Dr. B. Did slow roll me once, but that's okay. Let bygones be bygones. You know I don't take anything personally.
No, although I do find it interesting that you refuse to interview him now whenever he makes the final
nope,
table.
That's just fake news. Shorr in fantastic shape here. Makes the call, can't blame him. Turn is a 4. And now it's Shorr betting 650,000.
Sizable to perfection. Putting these 7s in jail.
It's also sized pretty perfectly to jam some rivers.
Call.
As after he makes the call here, he's got about 1.6 million behind. About a 2/3 pot bet remains. Perhaps we'll see what river comes. Ooh, that river is a 6.
Probably a scary card if you're Shannon Shorr. 4-5 type hands that could have been there as far as combos are concerned. Calling flop and again on the turn. Fills that one-liner to a straight. I mean, if he shoves, he's targeting either a worse 9 or exactly 7s. Does check.
Happy to check back with the 7s, but we'll see that he loses to the 9s. Shannon Shorr extends his chip lead to more than 5.6 million.
That was surgical.
In second.
Outstanding by Shorr, as always. Playing so great. That's 60% of the chips now, for sure.
It's also so good at just shifting between tournament fields. For example, that win at the WSOP Circuit Main in Las Vegas, that's a different kind of playing field. versus what we have here at a 10K at the USPO. Opens with the ace-7 off on the button. Blair, 9-3 suited in the big. Just out. Blair perhaps incentivized to play pretty tight, try to wait out the He elimination. Score that 42K pay jump. And if that were the case, if He were to be eliminated in 3rd place, then Eric Blair would be the new series championship leader, no matter what happened the rest of the way, if he finished 2nd to Shorr or if he won this tournament. If Blair's eliminated in 3rd, then it's He taking the top spot. So Bucky gets bumped no matter what.
Call.
And if Shorr gets eliminated in 3rd, then it's Blair and He who will run 1-2 on the series leaderboard, depending on what happens heads up in their match. That would be quite the surprise, but we didn't expect Isaac Haxton to be eliminated in 4th. You remember all that? You want to repeat it back to me?
No, wasn't even paying attention, but I am paying attention to this flop. Blair open-ended, Shannon Shorr top pair.
Blair check calls with the open-ender. And does turn the straight. Now that turn, being the 10 of clubs, provides Shorr with an open-ender of his own and the flush draw.
Hey, what a card.
Shorr goes for 165K here on the turn.
Sorry.
$175. $160. I call.
Call.
Blair calls. River brings another 10. So Blair's hand is best and checks once more.
See if
Almost
Shannon goes for a little thin value, or
wonder if the small bet on the turn is sometimes designed so it can go check on a lot of different rivers.
Get the showdown thinking, what just called me on the turn that I can get value out of on the river?
Right.
Check, and he'll be glad that he did check.
Big pot for Big Vegas. Separation between he and Yifu
小
He.
姑娘，你又把我发死了。
Where has Jeremy Osmus been?
I actually don't think I've seen him in any of the events. Is he playing?
As a 9th place in event number 3. And that is it for the 2024 PGT Player of the Year. 2024 PGT Champion.
All in.
All in.
Oh, we'll jam and get that one through.
I see Osmus in the field, so I think he has been playing everything, Jeff.
Oh,
Must be a tough series.
A lot of people are saying that after winning the Triton 25K, he's perhaps gotten a little overconfident in his ability. I have not said that.
Is that right?
Just hearing a lot of chatter about it.
Well, I will tell you this. How about Sean Winter? He has made his arrival.
Oh, baby. Okay, it's
and
not
is in
too
the mix.
late. Not too late.
In there for event number 6 is Winter. Clock spin in the chat says, "Is this truly live?" Yeah, we're live on a short delay, but
you can get.
We're live.
You win. Better than me.
Better. I had to.
Short defense with the 9-6. Quick through deuce.
Check. $125.
The excitement here is
it's palpable.
completely palpable. Yes. Riveting. Edge of your seat. Take a look at the format, Jeff.
Speaking of riveting, this format is presented by Card Player. It's a 10K buy-in, 40-minute blind levels, Brent.
Wow.
Playing with a shot clock, and the starting stack was 125,000.
Dynamite.
And remember, when we get down to three-handed, those levels are reduced, thankfully, to 30-minute levels.
A reduction.
Yeah. Ten, 9, 3, 9s for her, 3s for Blair. Goes half pot. Oh, Blair gonna keep firing. 500K on the turn.
Yeah, he's turning that 3 into a bluff, trying to tell a story that he has an ace.
Believable, of course, with the raise pre. Really puts hands like this exact one in sort of difficult moments.
This might work.
This does work. Eric Blair, nicely done, sir.
Big Vegas.
In his 5th straight U.S. Poker Open cash, tying the PGT Major Series record. 5 straight cashes set by Roger Johnson in last year's USPO in the first 5 events. NB says, love to all of you. Thank you, NB. Love to you.
That's a lot of love there. 2,600 people watching. Everybody with good love.
Yeah, love to all of you guys for watching. Thank you. Blair defends. We'd appreciate it if you would click that like button. Helps us out. Subscribe, all that good stuff. That would be nice. And we understand, you know, if you want to wait for the action to pick up and then click like.
No, but hold on, Jeff.
Yeah.
I was just told there will be no day 1 coverage
Oh,
this
that's
evening.
rude.
The circus, where Daniel Negron is expected to be featured, unless we hit 500 likes, 500 thumbs up. So, got to start clicking.
Okay, get in there, click like. And I promise that the day 1 atmospheres are a little bit more chatty.
Loquacious.
Entertaining. Entertaining's a little rude to these 3, of course. Bearing down, playing for the big money. Understandable why it's taken so seriously. And some of the action's been awesome to watch.
Yeah.
That fold from Shorr made the show. Anything else is
That was
just
it.
gravy.
That was the highlight reel, yeah.
160.
Opens here to 160K. Shorr the queen 10 suited.
All in.
All in.
Does jam.
Does he feel like ace high is the best hand for all of his chips? No.
Finish your hand and hold up, please. Tournament dealers in today's event, finish your hand and hold up.
Do you have ace?
You have not started dealing, you are holding up.
I believe Eric Seidel has just entered the
Oh, nice.
15K event number 6.
It's
So
nice
Jeff,
of him to stop by here before heading out there.
I was worried that you may have really upset him and he wasn't even going to play.
No, that was my fault. Timing not great for Seidel's appearance.
1 million.
You win. I'm nothing.
Poker chat, props to PokerGO for not shying away from a patriotic set. It is the U.S. after all, absolutely. United States of America, and it's the U.S. Poker Open. We're gonna have a patriotic set.
Yeah. And the Golden Eagle trophies.
And the Golden Eagle. Shorr, the Queen 8 suited, opens on the button to 160K. Oh, with 2 jacks.
All in.
All of it. Jensen says, question to the panel. I guess we're the panel here. Does Phil Hellmuth never play these tournaments? You know, he actually does play the U.S. Poker Open more than anything else that we have here as far as tournaments are concerned. He has 10 USPO cashes, but we have not seen him this year.
Have not. We will see him down in Texas, in Houston. Jeff, we're heading down there on Sunday, and cash games begin on the 21st.
Something that Phil probably hasn't done lately is check out octopipoker.ai, but we encourage you to do just that. You can drill real spots from these final tables. Put yourselves in the shoes of players who final table at PGT event. You'll have a blast while studying. octopipoker.ai. Take advantage of last chance pricing, only available for a couple weeks.
That pricing is going to skyrocket as well after the 2 weeks. It's going way up. You have to get it now if you're going to get it at rock bottom.
Jams the King 7. Fortunately for him, nothing doing for Blair and Shorr. Neil says, wow, Jeff is attacking poker legends left and right today. Unfair shot by me again. Phil would laugh at that one, though.
Yeah, I think that was very fair. Funny.
.240 with the Queen 5. Blind versus blind, the 8-6.
Alright, players, we're gonna open up a new table. We're gonna high card here on table 4. That seat will be moving every table to create a new table.
Round and round we go. Candace will do the draw.
Is going to be moving.
Candace, Paul, Allen, the dealer's remarkable team at the PokerGO Studio.
Players, once you leave your one seat, you can make your way to the other side of the room. It's table 8. Candace is over there to draw you into your new table. Dealers, please make sure you put that seat card in the open seat.
The king queen suited.
700.
700.
About half of a stack in there.
Still short, by the way, on the likes and thumbs up on this stream. We will not have live day one coverage tonight of event number 6 if we don't get to 500. We got a ways to go.
Probably get there.
They got to start clicking.
I click like.
Little thumb job.
Please.
Call.
Call.
Blair limps in with the 5s.
Wide, you can high card to about 5 high cards to
Raise
about
280.
All in.
Nice. The limp jam off about 30 bigs with the 5s. Get that one through. And that will send us to break. Just a couple minute break. Before we go to break, let's look at the leaderboard. It is presented by Global Poker, and it does have Shannon Shorr's name on top, about 4.9 million. Eric Blair. We'll redo this one in post anyway. I'll see you guys back in a couple minutes. Cool, see ya.
Hall of Famer, I think
Respectful of his time.
Call.
I think it's
I want
quite
him to
clear.
just have to sit here. I don't know, we'll talk to him.
Oh, yeah, you going to get him in here?
I think he'll stop by, right?
Right, okay, all right, sure. Jake the Cake here in the chat.
75.
He was
Fully
shocked.
understands.
Maybe he will apologize. No, I mean, I don't think he needs to.
I don't think he's talking about Seidel needing to apologize. This is, I believe he's referring to you, Jeffrey.
Oh, no, I don't know what I would even apologize for.
For the love of God. Awareness, man. Got a blind one for Ike.
Two.
Check, check, river, jack.
Just lost in no man's land with ace high.
Check.
Two.
Does Ike feel like he needs to bet and should bet? What was he called by on the turn? This hand, of course, makes sense. Ace 10.
10 seconds.
225.
About half pot here from Haxton.
Looking like pure value based on the sizing. see how effective this bet is. He feels like he's being taken to Value Town, does not want to call with just ace high. But yet, because it's Ike Haxton, who's so capable of bluffing, you also feel compelled.
Does let it go. And
Did they get the cards?
you're right. Was just looking for a hint of value. 30K, 60K, 60,000 big blind ante. Still about 150 big blinds on the table. Great structure.
Yeah, great. Wonderful work by the commish.
Raise to 120.
This. Welcome back to the PokerGO Studio at ARIA Resort Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's final table coverage of event number 5, where 3 players remain in the hunt for the title for more than $220,000 and 220 points in the race for the series championship, which comes with a 25K PGT passport and that beautiful Golden Eagle trophy. Final 3 guaranteed more than $100,000. Those payouts presented by Octopi. Still waiting on that 42K pay jump. That will come when we see our 3rd place elimination. Lines are up 50K, 100K with a 100,000 big blind ante. So Brent, the action should be picking up here.
Well, you would think so. You talked about those pay jumps. Really, Eric Blair, Big Vegas, stands out to me the most. He came in as the short stack. And he has shot up the leaderboard, guaranteed a 6-figure payday.
Our shortest stack going to work, raising here. And winning. Shorr went with the backwards cap. Interesting shift in the maneuver to the rally cap when he's the chip leader. Could that cost him?
Oh, this very well might be detrimental. Excellent observation, Jimmy Platinum.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think he heard you. He spun it right around.
Oh, there we go.
Frontward rim.
I was thinking, what am I doing?
Raise to 2.
Raise with the king 3. Blair defends queen 10 suited. Just flop the open ender and 3 to the straight flush.
Check. That is 150.
Check calls 150K. Shorr turns a pair of 3s.
Check.
Ripper brings another 9. Here's where things may get interesting.
Check.
Okay, or might just go check, check. Shorr takes the pot, extends his chip lead.
That would have been cool.
Shannon Shorr, the Alabama grad. We look at his battle board presented by GPI and THM. Got to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro alongside Brent Hanks just a couple years ago.
I'm sorry, what?
Didn't you guys climb Kilimanjaro together?
Well, it wasn't a couple years ago. I mean,
It was a recent.
we just
is it a
returned
frequent
from
that just got back?
a trip. Yeah.
Shorr 2 10s.
Raise to 325.
Call.
Calls 325.
Bumps it up to 325. Blair makes the call and out flops Shorr as it comes Queen 7 deuce.
That is 175.
$400.
Raise to 400.
And the check raised to 400K.
Calls 400.
Shorr makes the call. Turn as a king, perhaps that slows things down a bit.
Check. Check.
10 seconds.
Check, check, river 8. Will we see the same?
Check.
Well, I was curious if Blair might eke out a little value with that Queen 10. Does elect to just shut it down.
Check, check. There's the winner. Creating a bit more separation between he and Huff for that second place spot. Five straight series cashes for Eric Blair that ties the PGT Major Series set by Roger Johnson last year at the USPO, also in the first 5 events. Blair coming off 2 wins at the PokerGO Cup. First on the PGT leaderboard after today's event wraps up.
Raise to 250.
Opens here to 250K. Shorr with the King Jack.
10 seconds.
Calls 250.
Makes the call. Ace Jack, a pair of jacks for Shorr, set of 8s for Blair.
Check.
You start thinking, oh my gosh, what a dream flop.
Right.
Bottom set on this type of board. Fortunately for Blair, not up against top pair, but Shannon does have King Jack. Probably doesn't just give it up right away. We'll see.
Blair bets more than half pot.
sizing could deter Shorr a little bit. Oh my gosh, and he just folds.
Fantastic. Just another fantastic fold. Shannon Shorr. Sixth PGT final table for Blair. Had 2 wins and a 10th at the PokerGO Cup. 4th place finish. PGT kickoff.
Yo,
3rd place
happening?
finish in event number 2.
What a turnout. Thank you, you too.
With ace-jack on the button.
Raise 250.
It's at 250K.
Calls 250.
Short defense. 4-4 deuce.
Jack. Jack.
Check, check, turn 10.
We've seen this from the 2 final tables out of Yifu. These type of flops,
Jack.
he's had a tendency to check back and just get to the turn, and of course here the river. This one working out, does connect. I don't think it changes much as far as the amount of chips he's going to win.
Jack. Bet is 225.
Looks for 225K. And wins. You have a bag of Swedish fish in here, and I just took one because I love Swedish fish. But it's like a little green dot thing.
Now these are eggs, Jeff. They're not fish. These are little eggs. In honor of the Easter Bunny.
Happy Easter.
Thank you.
Boy, these are
It's not
terrible.
Easter yet. I mean, I
no
guess we
free
can
ads,
still
of
say-
course, but
What do you mean they're terrible? It's the same
they're not
flavor.
good. No, the fish are tremendous.
Calls. Jack.
Also got myself a, let's say about 4 to 5 inches of fury here. This meat stick.
What? What is this?
Grass
Got
fed.
it. Beef. Nice.
Yeah. You got your 10-incher over there? You're turkey though, right?
Yeah, it was turkey the other day.
You don't like regular beef?
I do. I had a grass-fed beef stick in Dallas the other day that was
Really?
just tremendous.
Really? It was,
maybe a 9.5 out of 10.
From a farm, local ranch?
I don't know if it was locally sourced, but it was spectacular.
Check.
Also had some great matzah.
I love mozzarella.
Matzah, the kind of sort of breadish thing.
That is
Yeah.
450.
No, I get it. Cheese bread.
No, not cheese. Just hoping to sneak this one through. Access denied so far.
450.
River 9. Does Hug go for it once more?
Well, I don't think he has a choice. You got 10 high.
True.
Certainly there are times where you just wave the white flag. Give up. I don't think he should here, but we'll see. And he is reaching. He's
Doesn't
going to
have
go
it in
for
him.
it.
10 seconds.
That is 550.
That's 550,000. Shorr sniffed this one out.
Shorr has played perfect all day, but if he can call here with bottom pair, I mean, this is alien-like. Outer worldly. Is he really thinking about calling?
Does end up laying
Wow.
it down.
The fact that he even took that
Yeah,
long
the
is,
thought was clearly there.
he is scary good.
And with that, Mr. Hanks, we have a new chip leader. His name is Eric Blair.
Big Vegas up top. Short stack to start the day. Now the chip leader with 3 remaining.
Shorr back to second place. Hustle the short is stacked, but not really that short. 27 bigs, great structure. Gotta feel good if you're Hug getting that one through.
10 seconds.
After having a relatively tough day.
I think for Hup, it just always feels good. Every
Yeah.
day, this guy's smiling, waking up.
He had a
retired
great
businessman,
smile, yeah. Living the dream.
Living the dream. Out here just crushing these GTO robots. Well, except for here, as Blair's
Yeah.
flop trip 9s, of course. Cooler.
I heard you're retiring soon. Is that right?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, congrats on a great career.
Going out on top, Jeff.
Yep.
Raise 250.
Shorr with 2 8s.
All in.
Players all in.
Jam a little bit of Hollywood
He does that from time to time, but not too
and a
long.
win for Shannon Shorr. Yeah, not terrible. Whoa.
250.
Was that you?
No. Appreciate you guys in the chat sticking with us throughout today's show. Now that yawn, that was me. U.S. Poker Open going on right now on Global Poker, globalpoker.com from now through the 20th. Tons of prizes up for grabs. A lot of sweeps coins as well. Mystery bounties, PKOs, turbos, deep stacks, play it all. U.S. Poker Open online, globalpoker.com.
I'm going in right now. I'm playing.
Get in there.
I need to do something.
Check.
I'm going to compete for the title
Best
on
of
Global
luck.
Poker.
Best of luck.
Check. Check.
Blair turns a queen.
Check. That's 150.
All right, everyone has found their new seat. All right, tournament dealers, go ahead and get back in here, please. 15, 3, and 3. 15, 3, and 3, go ahead, get in here.
Matthew in the chat says 4-6 off won the $99 sweeps coins, excuse me. Main event on Global Poker yesterday. The USPO main goes to 4-6 off. Congratulations. That was the username, not the hand. Or it might have been the hand.
Wait,
also.
won what event?
The USPO main.
That was yesterday?
Yeah.
Online?
Yeah.
But there's still 6 days left. They put the main in the
Wow.
middle? I missed the main?
Raise to 350.
Hey, I don't know.
Or maybe that's me and I'm 4-6 off.
Speaking of, Shannon Shorr with the
Wow.
4. How crazy is that?
The hoopty. Did you watch the season 2 premiere of The Last of Us last night, Joe?
I did not. Did you?
Do you watch it? What do you watch? You don't watch anything that anyone else watches? Nothing popular?
American Idol.
Oh, God. What about like a good show?
Like on a streaming service?
Yeah. You can pick
yeah, I
one.
watched
Pick
a couple
your
good
service.
ones.
What are you watching on Max?
On Max, I think I'm only watching The Pit. That's
okay.
max,
Yeah,
right?
we share that one
talked about
together.
that.
The pit,
2 million.
fantastic. Yeah.
2 million.
Shorr, the ace-5. Blind versus blind, effectively jams. Oh, with the ace-8. Is ace-8 good enough?
If he can find the call for his call at 18 bigs,
Ooh,
he could be a
lets it
big
go.
favorite. Man.
Shorr gets one through there. Kyle says that Showtime Mob Show with Tom Hardy. Everybody's talking about Mobland. Have you seen that
No,
yet?
I need to start that. Yeah. Boy, the pit though. What a show.
Great show.
Wow.
Well done.
And you never watched 1923, right? Or any
Right.
of the Yellowstone prequels?
Yeah, no prequels.
You have to.
I've heard it's very good.
Good news, the circus back in town tonight.
There we go.
It is official. We've got more than 500 likes. Remco, Donnie, I believe the two of them will be together
I think
once
we'll
more.
have Remco.
He's out.
Remco's out.
He's out.
Yeah.
What's he doing? He's got a
He's just chilling.
he's got a bike ride
Got to buy
tonight
Got to be on the
under the lights.
course. All due respect to the bikers, but I was behind a biker today, and
They drive you nuts, don't they?
well, I would have just
Yeah.
preferred that either get on the sidewalk or because there was some traffic, but like the left lane was moving fast and the right lane.
Don't they have a bike
going
lane
slow.
usually on most roads?
On this road, he was just in the street, and it's just, well, you know, what am I gonna do? Respect to the bikers, though.
I hope you were very respectful.
I was.
Tell you, your little car compared to that bike can do some damage, Jeff. You got to be careful out there.
I agree. I agree with you 100%.
You drive a Dodge Stratus?
I do not know. My car is slightly smaller than yours. I
Oh,
would
that
say.
you have a Prius.
I
I've seen
don't.
you.
No, I don't.
Jimmy
have-
Platinum's
Jimmy
Prius.
Platinum's Prius. No, that's not me.
No, I know. You've got one of those real fancy Audis.
I call them Audis, but mine's not a real
Innie
fancy
and an Audi.
one.
Most people have the old Innie, but some have the Audi.
How many hands left in the level? 3? Do we draw the max? That's great.
At least we got the chat with us.
At least we got
know?
you guys with us.
Yeah.
Appreciate you all being here.
Hard to talk over the players today.
Matthew says, what's the circus? That just means day one coverage. I wouldn't say it just means day one coverage, but yeah, it's a bit of a circus, and we titled it the circus, and it's awesome.
Gets a little bit more rowdy.
Yeah.
You get to cherry pick your tables, your feature tables, which means if Negreanu's in, he's a guaranteed
He's in
feature
there.
table.
And just the day one atmosphere overall at these events.
All in.
Players all in. Close.
Poker chat, it's a biker's world. We just drive in it. Yep, that's what it seems like sometimes. Again, all due respect.
I don't get it, the biking. I never have. Why don't you just drive?
You get there faster.
Get a golf cart. We got a golf cart.
Suited.
All in.
Hud just rips it in there. Oh,
No close.
that hand probably the perfect example, a nice case to why ace queen suited might be just too good to
Yeah, you don't need
Just
to open
rip
rip.
the 20+ bigs in there.
You wanna trap him.
But who are we to tell He what to do? He has absolutely crushed it in this series. Back-to-back final tables.
4th cash of the series as well.
Real shot at the #1 spot on the leaderboard for the series championship.
10 seconds.
$125, right?
Alright guys, yep, 75, 125.
Blinds are up, as you heard from tournament director Paul Campbell. 75K, 125K. 125,000 big blind ante. Great level.
Seems like a real meaningful level to keep in the structure.
Yep. Very important level.
$2.2 million.
2.2 million.
Shorr and Blair now tied for the chip lead. Oh, a little less than 2 million behind those two. Oh, with the 7 deuce. Raises to 325. Blair calls quickly with the king 7. Ace 4 deuce with 2 diamonds. Pair of deuces and a flush draw.
The 250. Cool.
250K, Blair calls. Blair turns a king. Check, check, river 9.
Check.
Check.
Pair twos.
Yes. King.
Saw the little smirk on his face when he showed the 7 deuce.
小姑娘，你老把我发死啊！
I see in the chat, Hank says straight Everclear here in the booth.
What?
Checking out the leaderboard presented by Global Poker. Eric Blair's name on top, 4.3 million. Shannon Shorr is right there. The short stack has some work to do with 11 big blinds.
can't feel my face.
Blair now with a 7. Short checks. Yeah, flops a king. Kings and 5s now for sure. Poker Chat Pro says it's kind of silly to give these guys mics. Are you referring to the players or us? I think you have a valid case for both. You excited for Mavs Kings this week?
Thrilled, man. Yeah, I know you are.
Big game. Big playing game.
275.
Now, if they lose, they're just out.
Yeah. We do make the draft lottery, though, if that's the case. We'll probably need to win that one.
$800.
800.
All in.
All in.
All in and a winner. David's Too High in the chat. Says, commentators will be commenting on how I came out of nowhere and beat the best when I'm taking down these huge events. Look out for David Too High. All right, David, hold us to that. Remind us.
Yeah.
When the time comes.
You also might want to lay off the greenery.
Oh. Gotcha.
But we wish you the best.
Yeah. Just kings full for sure, but Blair has no interest. Shorr back to the role of chip leader.
$8.75.
$8.75.
Shorr the 3-bet to 875K.
It's getting
Ace 3
awfully
suited.
delicate too with these levels up and these stack sizes relatively short. Blair started the hand with just about 27 bigs. Shannon right around 30, a little bit more. Is he thinking about 4-betting all in?
I think he is thinking about it. When will he pull the trigger? Been through 2 time extensions. Does let it go. Shorr sneaks one through once more. Beautiful set that we have. Look at that. It's quite gorgeous.
Drop the bass, Jeff.
Here's the road to the championship. You finish top 40 on the leaderboard, you get a seat for that $1 million free roll. The higher somebody finishes on that leaderboard, the more chips they will start that championship with, and you could win a seat. Check out how, pgt.com/dream-seat. Jeremy Austin, last year's Player of the Year, and he went on and won the PGT championship. Quite impressive.
That'll never happen again. The Player of the Year and then goes on to win the championship. Mark my words, never again. It'll probably happen this year.
So no faith in Jeremy Osmus, huh? Saying he's never going to win again.
I'm not saying Osmus. I'm saying whoever is the Player of the Year in 2025
sounded like both.
Will not win the championship event.
Queen 4 suited will defend. See a 4 in the window.
Blair's going to shoot it up.
525.
He wants to end this hand right here, right now. Not a lot going on backdoor-wise for Shannon. Spades, a couple of overcards, of course, that we can see. These are the types of flops that airballs love to check raise as well. Blair does not have to have a 4 or a 3, and I think Shorr was considering, could I slide in something sick over top? But he will pass.
Time card?
Yeah.
I think almost.
Kind of over.
Okay.
Ten of diamonds, 9 of spades, deuce of clubs.
That's a 4 of hearts on the turn, Jeff.
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Not
Thank
sure
you,
if you
Brent.
saw that. Big one on our hands.
Just like the last 40 hands or so. River's a 10.
Check.
Check.
You ever had the measles?
Nope. Never have. Thank you for asking. You?
No, I don't think so. So there's an outbreak or something going on.
Yeah.
Makes me a little worried. It's supposed to be a bad one. You and I got to travel, you know, down to Texas.
Yeah, we got to go a long way.
Measles are hot down there.
They're hot. That's the Texas Poker Open that we're going to soon. It starts in just a couple days if you're in the Houston area.
What is the first event? Do you remember the buy-ins?
It's probably some kind of 400. Let's look. They have these things
find
available.
Texas Poker Open, right?
Yep.
I want the 2025 edition.
It is the 100K guarantee monster stack.
Oh, baby.
The buy-in is $400.
Oh, baby.
That sounds like a good one.
Then they're doing a 150K guarantee, a multi-bag event.
Okay.
Buy-in is also 400.
It all leads to the main event, a $3,300 buy-in, a $2 million guarantee. And we'll be there. And Brent final tabled it last year somehow.
Which means anybody can
Yep.
win.
Scott, great question. What are you guys looking forward to playing this summer? Let's make this an interactive question. You guys in the chat, chime in if you're heading out here to Vegas this summer. What are you looking forward to playing? The flip and go?
As far as poker is concerned?
Yeah.
I've never played the flip and go once in my life. No, I
have for sure.
It's like the worst thing they've ever put into. How is it? Is it still an event?
It's not there anymore.
Thank God. What an awful idea that was.
Besides the main, if you take the main out of the equation, I always look forward to the Monster Stack Millie Maker and 5K 6 Max.
Oh, that's great.
Yep.
I hope you make a run.
Thanks, man.
I'm looking forward to playing the tag team event.
Oh, I should have probably led with that, huh?
You and I out there
That's a
doing
blast.
our thing.
A lot of people still talking about our 27th place finish in 2021.
What a run.
I busted us, unfortunately. That's my bad. Yoon mentions, that's right, our friends at the Venetian have a few big tournaments. We'll have a lot of live streams from the Deep Stack Championship Series. Love playing at the Niche.
I'm surprised, actually, Jeff, that you still support the Venetian.
What?
Just considering the ownership tied to the Mavs that may or may not have led to Luka going to LA.
Well, they don't own the Venetian anymore.
Sands is not?
Correct.
Well, who owns the Venetian?
I think Apollo. And they put some real money in it.
When did that happen?
Like 3 years ago.
What?
February 2022.
Are you messing with me?
I am not. Yeah, Sands is really just in Asia. Hopefully in Dallas can establish more. Tara Rabinowitz. Tough scene for B. Hanks. Yeah, he'll catch up on the news one day.
I had no idea.
Sorry guys, these ducks aren't very cooperative today.
Scott said he's trying to get his wife to play with him in the tag team. Just to fold a little bit. She doesn't want anything to do with it. Hopefully you guys want something to do with our great lineup of cash game shows. Got high stakes poker, we got cash flow, we got no gamble, no future. Some fantastic episodes coming up. Use the promo code USBO25 for $20 off your first year of a new annual sub. A terrific high stakes poker episode's coming tonight. Oh my.
$350.
David Too High is back. One day soon they'll say, who knew Too High could get this high at the leaderboard? Well, again, best of luck.
AZ Brownie says the Venetian's a great room. They played at the same table with you, Jeff. That was a bucket list item.
Probably bucket list to just play at the Venetian, and I just happened to be there. But thank you for saying that, AZ Brownie. Nice meeting you. I'm sure you saw me play very well. Yeah, he definitely saw me punt him off. He says, hope to see you again, I'm sure.
10 seconds.
Three hands.
Drew the max. Unbelievable. That's great. Well, as we said at the beginning of this level, this is always a great level. So much happened at this 125K big blind level.
It was so great, we might as well keep it almost the same, and the next one should be 75, 150.
10 seconds.
Shorr just limps in with the 8s. Checks. Does flop a 5 as it comes 6-6-5.
A little trap by Shannon Shorr. This is masterful.
Could work out really well. Shorr leads for 125,000.
There's the raise by He.
Out of 350K.
Shannon's gonna click it
A
back.
little click back to 600,000.
I don't think Yifu can get away. Wow.
Does get away. Nice lay down by Yifu He.
That's really tough considering the dynamic and the aggression thus far. Shorr's been relentless
Really good
against
fold. Shorr back up to almost 4.7 million.
If I all in, you call?
Maybe.
I'm thinking about this.
But you'll have to think about it for a little while.
10 seconds.
All in.
All in and a call. Hood jams the king-9. Blair snaps it off with the ace-8, and here we go. We're either about even going into heads up, or Hud's up to 2.475 million, and Shorr retains a sizable chip lead. If Blair scores the KO, no matter what happens the rest of the way, he takes the overall series lead. Jack 6-5, no help to He. Looks for a king or a 9. Backdoor straight draw available, and that does come in as the queen rolls off. King, 10 or 9 keeps us at 3-handed. River card is a 7, and that gets us down to heads up. Yifu He out in third, $102,600. And Bren, he's second in the race for the series championship.
Yeah, fourth cash, third place here today. It's been tremendous here at the U.S. Poker Open. You love seeing it from a recreational player living the dream.
You know, he'll jump into the next one. Let's see if he can make it 3 straight final tables. We have made it to heads up, and look how close this one is. Look at the leaderboard, brought to you by Global Poker. Blair versus Shorr for the title next. $30K.
He's got 1.1 million behind does He. I would expect an all-in, and I don't think Shannon Shorr can get away.
I don't think so either.
This is as cold as it gets.
Well, had set it up nicely for a jam. Chooses to go 600,000 instead.
I mean, if Shannon
2 times.
just calls, then he's saving some money. He might play for it all regardless. There's no way he's thinking about folding, right?
That would be quite spectacular.
He senses strength by the looks of it.
Shorr said he's tried to tell himself over the last couple of years that can't just be stuck in a GTO box, have to read your opponents, have to play in exploit fashion at times. All that said, his hand is just so good.
It's so good. This would be one of the best folds
Yeah.
we have seen if he just throws it into the muck. I guess all 3 options are on the table. Call,
Didn't see that king 5.
fold, or all in. Wow.
You heard Shorr mention previously seeing a hand that He played. Perhaps it was the one he played against Kempton in which they both had trips.
How many do I owe?
I think you're exactly right. And he knows that this is for value. I think that's why Shannon is sick.
Okay, clearly scouted the tape. And makes the fold. That is spectacular.
Unbelievable fold.
He wins the pot, but Shannon Shorr, ladies and gentlemen. Shorr squeezing 2 sevens on the button.
Raise 135.
A6 off for Haxton. Shorr starting the hand with about 30 bigs.
Like 1.6 to start?
I think a little more.
A little more?
1.8.
Thanks.
Haxton flicks in the call. 5. Haxton with 6s, but Shorr sand best. Pair of 7s, and the open-ender.
$90.
90.
It's Haxton leading. Well, here we go. Heads up for the title of event number 5. That title comes with more than $220,000 and 220 points in the race for the series championship. It's a race that Eric Blair will lead no matter what happens in this heads-up match when today is all said and done. Jeff Platt alongside Brent Hanks. Look at these chip counts. They're pretty close.
I mean, dead even. 2 longtime grinders. Probably not the closest friends, but very friendly. Both moved to Vegas and have been playing for the same duration of time throughout their careers. Shannon Shorr, very well studied.
Yeah.
Theoretical guy. Big Vegas, Blair, he's a field player. We're in for quite a treat.
I would say so. Shorr coming off the WSOP circuit main event win here in Vegas just weeks ago. Look at the payouts presented by Octopi. They both are guaranteed more than $144,000. A win puts them in nice position for that Golden Eagle trophy. And then, of course, they would acquire the mini version. Underway with the premiums of 7-3 and 10 deuce.
Check. That's 125.
And Blair starts heads up match with a win. Shorr limps in with the 7-6. King Jack suited for Blair. Let's have gone up.
Raise to 600.
Blair 2 for 2. There you see it, 75K, 150K with a 150,000 big blind ante.
Raise to 375.
Blair 375K Shorr. That big little combo of the offsuit variety.
Yeah, and he's using it. 1.175. Possible for Blair to continue. He's out.
Very nice, Shannon Shorr. looking for his second career U.S. Poker Open tournament title. Won a 10K in 2022, beating Ren Lin heads up. Our guy Ren missing out on the USPO. He's in China resting up for the summer. We miss him.
He coming back out for the World Series of Poker, I would
Oh,
imagine?
yeah. Oh, yeah, he'll be back. So I guess he will not be there in Texas to defend his Texas Poker
Doesn't
Open
sound like
championship.
that's the case.
Pause. Raise to 600.
Shorr Limson then calls the raise with the 10-4 suited. Queen 9-3, 1 diamond. This one all Blair.
That is 750.
That's 750K.
Fold.
Shorr out. Blair extends his lead. Eric Blair's last win came at the PokerGO Cup. He had 2 of those wins at the Cup, but won a 10K, won a 15K. That 15K beat Keith Lear heads up. Amazing to win twice in a series and lose the overall race for the series championship. That's how dominant Joey Weissman was. Weissman had a first in 3 seconds in the Cup. But he's been just about shut out of the USPO as a min cash in event number 3.
Well, he said he was going to play and see how much more he had left in the tank. Maybe the tank's run dry.
Perhaps.
That is 350.
Shorr. It's not yet thrown the Queen 5 away, but does so now.
Tournament players and dealers in today's event lines are up 25-5-5. Remember, players, this is a double level. You're playing 25-5 for 1 hour.
300. Jack. That is 400.
This is
Yeah, it gets counterfeited.
crafty. Has no choice but to bet. Just 6 high. And it looks really value-y. Shorr questioning if he can get a bluff through. Instead, just folds the winner
Nicely
with
done.
9 high. Very nice, Eric Blair.
Getting close to a 2-to-1 edge over Shorr. Promised land in the chat. I just lost with ace king to king queen. When a short stack was also in with queens, queen hit on the river.
Oh dear.
Sick.
Don't you hate it?
Call.
All in.
There's all in. Fold.
Time extension.
No action.
Calls. 150.
Shorr limps in. Blair with king jack.
600.
Quickly makes it 600K.
Call 600.
Shorr makes the call. Jack 10-8. Top pair for Blair, but 2 pair for Shorr. And Blair goes big here. 1.2 million, almost a pot-sized lead.
On this type of board, I would expect Shannon to just be happy to get it in.
Yeah. I think that's what we're heading towards.
Only started the hand with 23 bigs.
All in.
There is the all-in and the call, and here we go.
Got 2 pair?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Does indeed have 2 pair. Leaves Blair drawing to a king or a 10 for the title. Can Blair find a way to acquire his first career U.S. Poker Open tournament title? He does turn a 10. Leaves short at 2 outs. Chop outs also available. But Blair is extremely close to the win. But does not have it yet, as the river is an ace and we chop it up.
Wow. What a run out. Shannon Shorr still looking. Wait.
2 jacks.
We
2
chopped? Okay, yeah,
tens.
we chop. Yeah, okay. All right. We have life.
It's where both players could probably feel extremely thrilled and extremely sad. Well, yeah. Wasn't a fan of the turn. Take that river.
Seems fair.
Yeah. We play on.
Call.
Blair limps in with ace-6. Shorr is the ace-3 suited. Just check.
Okay.
Eight, 7, 4, 1 club.
Okay. Okay.
Turn queen of clubs.
Okay. Okay.
River another queen.
Let's
We're in
just
line
keep
for another
chopping it up. Yeah.
Don't they say everybody loves chop pot?
They make me sick.
Okay. 275.
There is the call, and we will chop it up. Stanley Tang has arrived at the PokerGO Studio.
There we
to
go.
jump in the
Yeah.
mix.
Mr. DoorDash. You know, I started using DoorDash instead of Uber
Me
Eats.
too. Me too.
Yeah, because of Stan.
Oh, mine was because I had a free like DoorDash Plus thing attached to my credit card. But yeah, Stan, that works too.
You had a promo for free delivery?
Yeah, for the free, you
What?
know, upscale
What?
membership, part of the credit card.
I don't get it. I had to pay for the you know what? I'm going to text Stanley. Why am I paying that premium service?
That was 375.
Queen 10-6, top pair for both. Looks like this one is going up.
That is 1.4.
Well,
and again,
I think we just get it in again. Yeah, top pair. Shannon Shorr's just not deep enough, I don't think, to consider getting away. Plenty of draws out there. Just thinking about if I call 1.1, what do I have behind? It gets awfully dicey.
All in.
Yep, there's the jam. And there's the call. Blair's going to be thrilled to see this. He's in fantastic shape, of course. We will see a chop around 30% of the time. But more than half the time, Blair becomes our champion. Turn is a 3. What a pretty turn card for Eric Blair. Shorr has just 3 outs to win this one outright. River card. Oh, it's another 3!
No way. We're getting good at that.
Queens and 3s with the 10. Let's chop it up once more.
Blair looked frustrated after that one.
Really felt oh so close. Nope. Yeah, you see the reaction.
That is 150. Pause 150.
Shorr not done with king high. Blair turns the flush draw.
Check.
Goes check, check.
Hey, a pot that's not chopped. I fully expected a 10 on the river.
Yeah.
Check.
Paige Beckers to the wings. City of Dallas needed that one. It's the WNBA draft.
Oh, the
pick.
draft is tonight.
We got Paige.
You guys have the number
Let's
one
go.
pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're back, baby.
Okay.
OccupyPoker.ai. Just want to have fun studying. It's just an awesome place to do just that. You can drill real spots from all of these final tables that you see. It's awesome. Become like Stephen Chidwick. Okay, well, you'll get there eventually, maybe. Check out OccupyPoker.ai.
10 seconds.
Call. Check. Check. That is 175.
That would be a straight for Eric Blair.
Check. That is 450.
Shorr betting 450K. Stone dead to a chop. Ooh, the river is a deuce, putting the straight on board. Of course, we can see Blair has the higher straight.
Is Blair thinking about just leading out this time? No, there it is. Lengthy check. Shorr might be content with getting half of this pot back. If he thinks Blair has a lot of one pair or two pair combos, we can certainly bluff. And he's going to do that.
There is that bluff.
That is a bad news for Mr. Blair.
All in.
Or excuse me, Mr. Shorr, as Blair is going to pile it in.
Shorr out, and Blair takes a significant lead in this heads-up battle. 7.6 million to about 2 million, excuse me.
On the ropes is Shannon Shorr. He's down to 12 bigs.
What's she got? You got 1.1 million.
1.775.
Thank you. All in.
Jack 10, all of it. Winner. Chip denominations presented by Splash Sports. Purples 25 KZL, Bumblebees 100,000 apiece. King 9 for sure.
All in.
There's all in. Call.
All in.
There's all in.
That all in gets through for sure.
Those little ones add up.
Yeah, that's true.
Shannon just has to stay afloat.
Ace deuce suited now.
All in.
All in.
It's either gonna be 1 or 2.
Guessing it'll be 2.
2 hands.
Yep. Two hands left, Brandon, this level.
I believe that's the max.
That's the max. Ace 4 deuce all hearts. Shorr has the jack of hearts.
Jack. That is 150. Concept. Calls 150.
Nine of hearts on the turn. Flush comes in for Shorr.
Check.
I'm sorry, were you singing? It was off mic, but I heard it.
No.
Oh.
What do you mean, was I singing? I'm sitting right next to you.
I know, that's why I heard it.
But
You have a great
wouldn't
voice.
the
That wouldn't be a
audience
problem.
have heard
Well,
me
no, it's
if
off
I was
mic. Your
singing?
mic was off.
My mic is on my head right here on, green light on. Shorr value bet Jack of Hearts winner, back in business.
Yeah, just like that. Shannon Shorr. Flush over flush, and Shorr's back to over 3 million.
If you make a flush playing heads up, Jeff, you're required to call.
Yes, you
Rules
are.
of the game.
Yes, you are.
No action here.
Call. Yep. Okay. Check. Check. That is 275. Cost 275. There two.
Blair picks him off with the threes.
This one?
We're up to, there we go, 100K, 200K with a 200K big blind ante.
$6.50.
Blair picks up a flush draw. Leads for 450K. You excited for Mavs Kings this week?
You already asked me that.
Oh, what'd you say?
I said no.
Yeah, me either.
All in.
Shorr jams with the ace-6. Blair calls with the king-10. Here we go once more. Shannon Shorr about a 60-40 favorite.
Chop it up.
Sounds about right.
Instead, 10, 10, 9
wow.
with 2 clubs.
Heavens to Betsy.
Blair flops trip 10. Shorr flops the flush draw. The turn is the 5 of diamonds, leaving Shorr looking for one of 7 clubs that you see on the top of your screen. Queen, Jack, 8, 7, 4, 3, deuce of clubs, or this tournament is over. River, 8 of clubs. Shorr finds a way and takes the chip lead.
Never a doubt.
Card away 3 times. That's crazy. 2-6.
Blair pointing out Shorr has survived on the river. All 3 all-ins. Amazing.
Check.
Maddie Showtime, that club came in like a promo during an Eric Seidel interview. Yeah, apologies again to the Poker Hall of Famer. Maybe we'll get him back in here?
I
Probably
highly
not.
doubt it.
Probably not. Seidel coming to Houston? He was there last year
good
for the Texas
question.
Poker Open. Kings for Shorr, jacks for Blair.
$450.
River deuce, 1.5 million in the middle.
Come on.
1.175.
1.175.
Yes.
1.175. Can Blair get away?
This is a pivotal decision for Blair. Leave him around 10 bigs if he calls and he's wrong.
Bill, you just got it.
Does get away. Nice escape by Blair. Still a nice pickup by Shorr.
All right, so Blair with a great fold. Still now with 15 bigs. This thing is wide open despite Shannon having a more than 2-to-1 lead. Stacks are so shallow.
Ace 8 on the button.
All in.
Jams.
Call.
Blair snaps it off with the ace jack. Here we go once more.
Chop it up, I guess.
Yeah, feels that way.
Another chop pot being declared.
It feels like I'm gonna fucking win one.
Blair
There's
says
still
he's
3
winning
snowmen
this.
in that deck. I don't know.
We play for it all again. Okay, 10-9-6 opens up a couple more outs for Shorr and the backdoor flush draw.
It's just never easy.
Blair just looks resigned to the fact that it's coming. Clean turn for him though, in the form of the 4 of spades.
It's clean.
8 or a 7 ends this thing. But Blair regains the chip lead.
He finally holds. This time for his tournament life. Now he's got Shannon Shorr fighting on the ropes.
0.6. Oh, wait, 2.8? No, 2.
This is a 2.
Oh, that's 2. That's what it is. Okay, yeah, I thought it was 2.9. Okay.
Break that one down again.
Yeah, I break it.
Perfect. 2.850.
Yeah.
Blair now about a 60-40 edge. Deuce. Turn 5. $800,000 from Blair.
Well, he is really trying to run one here. Shorr is defenseless. What a bet.
Nice.
Beautiful by Blair. Big Vegas. He's feeling it now.
No matter what happens the rest of the way, he leads the way in the race for the Golden Eagle, the series championship, the 25K passport on the PGT. He'll also reside in the top spot on the 2025 PGT leaderboard.
Is Big Vegas Eric Blair somehow now very much in the conversation as the breakout player of the year?
Absolutely. That's a great question. And
He's
I
been
think
around
so.
forever, and it sounds silly for
It's
me to
weird.
present it that way. But as far as these bigger buy-ins are concerned, I mean, he is taking over.
Shorr limps in. Blair with ace-6.
Call.
Jams, and Shorr snaps it off with the ace-7.
This one's liable to chop, actually.
We'll chop it about a quarter of the time. $6.2 million in the middle. It goes Shorr's way about half of the time. Oh my, Queen Jack 7 with 2 diamonds.
That'll do it.
For you?
Yeah.
Goodness me.
You can't hit it any harder.
The turn is the 5 of clubs. That'll lock it up for Shorr, who once again regains the chip lead. What a battle we've had on our hands.
Shorr is just resilient.
Yeah.
Time and time again on the ropes, all in, finds his way out. This time finds the clean double.
Thank you.
Our day started with 5 left. Brock Wilson eliminated. It felt like 8 hours ago. Busted Eric Blair and the Birds. Then it was Isaac Haxton who entered the day with the chip lead.
Unthinkable.
Surprisingly, out in 4th place. Yifu He followed him out the door. Back-to-back final tables for him, and he was on to event number 6, a class act as always. That left us with these two. Eric Blair in 2nd, Shannon Shorr in 1st right now. Blair with the Birds.
550.
Raises it up, but Shorr folds. It's got to be frustrating. Shorr Queen 6 suited. Checks. Jack a 3-1 club.
Check.
Who won that pot? Missed it.
I don't know.
I don't know. Let's get to a promo or something. Ah, yes, the U.S. Poker Open going on online on Global Poker. Check it out, globalpoker.com. All sorts of tournaments, PKOs, mystery bounties, deep stacks, turbos. You can win big prizes, including that prize package to fund your trip to Las Vegas. Globalpoker.com for the online U.S. Poker Open.
I was messing with you, by the way. It was Blair. He snuck in a little bluff.
I told you.
Yeah.
What a battle we have had. Really, since down to 3.
May never end.
Shorr the 10-8 suited. Calls and Blair with ace-king. Makes it 700,000.
We got some screamers
Yeah,
out there.
good times are had out there.
I believe that is Lingland, by the way.
Ah,
Playing
okay.
in
I saw Lingland in the
in
mix.
the 15K. Yeah, very animated player.
Shorr makes the call with the 10-8. And flops top pair with the open ender. Blair has the ace of clubs. Shorr bets 500K.
Pretty tricky texture for Blair.
Let's check call.
He's not ready to give it up. 2 overs, does have that ace of clubs that you pointed out.
Second 9 arrives on the turn.
I don't think Shannon is concerned about Blair having really any 9s as played.
775.
Shannon limped in, Blair made it 700K pre-flop, and then Shannon just called. Maybe once in a blue moon, Eric Blair can have ace-9 off, but that would be it.
775.
It's a beautiful bet by Shorr. Blair's confused, thinking, why would he even bet if he had a 10?
Does let it go. Shorr better than a 2-to-1 advantage.
Oh, and Shannon just gets to
Man.
walk with the kings.
Other than that, everything going pretty well for Shorr.
I'd say so.
Of course, we can keep looking back at that incredible fold, trips versus trips. Against Yifu He. Shorr with the queen 9 here.
All in.
Love it. Blair ace deuce.
Oh. Gross.
Gross indeed. Never feels spectacular, of course, with the ace deuce, but he'll put it in. He'll be slightly ahead of Shannon Shorr with 5.4 million in the middle. Can Shorr seal the deal? We'll have to come from slightly behind to do so. Seven, 3 deuce, all spades. Great flop for Blair.
Wow.
The pair and the flush draw relegates Shorr to just 4 outs. Turn 3 of diamonds, and those 4 outs remain for Shorr.
91% favorite.
River card. Oh, it's the queen of diamonds!
Oh, my. Oh.
The fold of the series sparks a win here at the USPO for Shannon Shorr.
Blair is sick. Muttering. You can't blame him.
Extremely frustrated on his way out.
Wow.
Those all-ins most certainly did not go in his favor. But it does result in a Shannon Shorr victory, winning more than $220,000, summing it up with a look at the final results presented by Global Poker. Blair will have to frustratingly settle for second place in more than 144K. Yifu He in back-to-back final tables out in third, more than 102,000. Isaac Haxton eliminated in fourth despite starting the day with the chip lead, and Brock Wilson out in fifth. There's Shannon Shorr with the trophy. Puts him right outside the top 5. The consolation prize for Eric Blair is after 5 straight cashes at the USPO. He's at the top of the series standings leaderboard. But still a lot of drama left at the US Poker Open. Another terrific final table full of some absolutely wild hands as the race for the Golden Eagle heats up. We raise the buy-in level to $15,000, and we'll feature final table coverage of that 15K event number 6 next time. For our entire crew, for Brent Hanks, I'm Jeff Platt. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you soon at the US Poker Open. Good night.